Okay, so I'm just waiting for my YouTube stream to go up now. Getting in solo are a little bit long. Even though this is my Smurf account, it is 93 league points in Diamond 1. So there's a bit of wait time. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them. I don't know why that double posted. Interesting. Oh well. Let me know if my microphone is loud enough. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it well. I was messing with some audio settings. Well, for the longest time, I was stuck in Diamond 1. That was the one division that I had a lot of trouble with originally on my main account. It took me a long time to go from Diamond 1 to Challenger. But other than that, I didn't have that much trouble because I had a lot of experience with League of Legends from playing during the beta. And before that, I played a lot of Dota. Yeah, I'll be doing an updated God tier list this week. Okay, so we're in game with Dyrus, Reap22, and two other people I don't know. It's good to see Dyrus playing again. I haven't played with Dyrus in a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and call for jungle this game. Just because I like early picking jungle. If you early pick a solo lane, you're most likely just gonna get counter picks, so it's best to possibly pick your bottom lane early or your jungle early. That's usually how it goes in competitive play. Sometimes there's slight variations depending on if their OP's open, then you grab the OPs as early as you can. But other than that, it is truly best to save your solo lanes for later picks because they are more volatile to counter picks than say a bottom lane would be in the jungle. Bottom lane still has bad matchups, but definitely not quite as extreme as in some lane matchups. I think some champions that you can learn that give a good representation of their particular roles are like, for example, top lane Renekton. Renekton's pretty standard for top lane just because he doesn't have mana. You build him pretty tanky, and you do really well with him. Mid lane, something like Ziggs, something that you can farm very easily with from far away. You can also hold off sieges and siege yourself with your poke. Bottom lane, I don't know, something like Caitlyn. Caitlyn's a really good AD carry to learn, or good AD carry to start playing to learn AD carry. She's got super long range, so you're not punished if you feel like you're not that confident on AD carry. So they got Lucian. My go-to is always Kha'Zix jungle right now. That's just because right now Kha'Zix has like one of the highest carry potentials from the jungle. So whenever I'm blind picking jungle, I just play Kha'Zix because he can farm the jungle extremely well. Even if he gets behind in the jungle, he can do exceptionally well. I definitely have him as my number two, as my number 2 jungler. I think the best jungler in the game right now is definitely Evelynn, but I think Kha'Zix is easily second if you play him correctly. What are some good habits to get into? Focus on playing correctly. Don't get too hell-bent on getting kills. That's the biggest issue I have with most players, especially even in Diamond 1, is that you become mechanically good enough to do things, but everyone gets so hell-bent on getting kills that, you know, you'll make mistakes just trying to snowball that much faster early game. If you're only level 19 and you're just starting out playing the game, just practice playing the game correctly. Don't, you know, if you feel uncomfortable doing certain scenarios where you're chasing someone, just don't do it. It's better to play safe than to play hyper aggressive and get punished for it. Because if your playstyle is always hyper aggressive, then, you know, there are some aspects of the game that you'll never truly play correctly. And the best way to play is not only to have an aggressive playstyle when it's necessary, but also to play passive when it's necessary as well. And that is definitely the biggest mistake I see, even in high elo, is players are overly aggressive for no reason. What do I think about Sejuani jungle? I think Sejuani jungle isn't quite as good as Amumu jungle. I think Amumu can kind of do everything better. Sejuani has a place. I mean, she's got a range engage with her ultimate. But when they did the nerfs to Sejuani, it was such a weird time because there were so many other really good junglers at the time that when Sejuani got nerfed, it was just, you know, she kind of fell out of existence because you had so many other good alternatives. Jarvan, you know, Vi, Elise. There were so many other good junglers that when Sejuani got nerfed, there was no reason for people to play her anymore. And maybe she is stronger now that, you know, they started toning down a lot of the you know, early ganking junglers like Jarvan, Elise, but she still suffers from the same problems that, you know, if you get counter jungled, if you counter jungle Sejuani, she gets really far behind, even more so than in Amumu. She doesn't farm quite as quickly as Amumu. So we have Wild Turtle, a Zingy, and 2 other people I don't know. So it looks like I'm gonna play mid this game. I know Zingy will probably play jungle, so I'm gonna start doing my runes and masteries for mid lane. I usually just have default rune pages that are just general mid pages. My Eve page works for Eve jungle and most mid laners. It has flat armor for seals, for marks, flat ability power per level, glyphs, and flat ability power quintessences. This is pretty solid. The only variation would be I would probably swap out the ability power per level for flat magic resist on glyphs if I was in a bad matchup. I think Diana is actually a better jungler right now than she is mid and top, and that's just because she has a lot of bad matchups mid lane. she's great against, most standard AP carries, but the problem is people don't always play standard AP carries mid. They'll play bruisers mid, they'll play other things mid. And Diana, I don't know. She takes a while to ramp up. She really does. When she's 6, she can start doing things, but pre-6, she has a lot of limited factors going into like her aggressive play and stuff like that. I've seen Diana jungles do really well recently, especially with the new AP jungle item, the changes they've done to it. So I'm not sure what lanes they're going into. They have a lot of ambiguous picks. Shyvana, Zed, Gragas. These champions can go in multiple roles. You can have jungle Zed, you can have top lane Zed, you can have mid Zed. You can have mid Gragas, jungle Gragas, even top Gragas, but it's less popular. Shyvana, same thing. Shyvana could be a top laner, can be a jungler. It really confuses you when you're going against a bunch of ambiguous picks, and it's great to do ambiguous picks if you realize you're doing it, because you can cause your enemies to get lane matchups confused. Like, this could be a mid Zed and a jungle Gragas. Well, the difference would be, if I was someone else, I might, think, okay, it might be a mid Zed, or I could say, oh, it might be a mid Gragas. Then I would take the runes and masteries that would correlate. Like, I would take magic resist, thinking I'm against Gragas, but Zed ends up being mid and it's a jungle Gragas or something like that. Stuff like that, it can cause you to take the wrong runes, and you can be at a disadvantage from the get-go. But it's probably more strenuous for a top laner, especially when the early game is even more extreme. Like, if this is like a top lane Gragas against this Rengar, and Rengar has like full armor pages thinking it's a Zed top or, something like that. And, you might get punished for that, just because if you don't have magic resist against like a Gragas early game, you might just get all in at level 2. But the runes and masteries I ended up taking were just kind of ambiguous. They were the runes I would take for, either going against a Zed or a Gragas mid. That way, if I take magic resist, I'm not going to be punished if it ends up being a Zed mid. I think the biggest changes to Season 4 have to deal with the vision changes. Especially dealing with stealth champions. But yeah, I think definitely the biggest change that happened to Season 4 was the changes to pink wards. It really was a buff to stealth champions like Rengar, Eve, Twitch. I don't know what Riot's going to do to deal with it, but I mean, Eve's on a permanent ban or pick status basically in solo queue just because of the changes of pink wards. I'm not sure how I feel about the vision changes. Like, I've been playing with it for a while, and it feels very unpredictable. Even though everyone can buy a pink ward, I rarely see people buy pink wards. And you're limited to one pink ward, so even if you're trying to like contribute the most to your team, you know, you can only have one pink ward per person out. So you need your teammates to help you out with that, but sometimes difficult to get your teammates to cooperate.
Come on.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Let's blow this joint.
So, because we were late getting out of the fountain, we can't aggressively go anywhere as a team, because the enemy team could be grouped somewhere already. It's really dangerous. Whoever gets out of the fountain first definitely has an advantage. It kind of sucks, because if the enemy team like immediately rushes to one point and, you know, your entire team isn't with you, even if you're defending a certain point, that's how you get caught. Luckily, Riot did nerf the First Blood gold bounty, so even if they get First Blood off of an invade, it's not, you know, they're not going to immediately win the game because they'll have like a, you know, a long sword on you or something as an AD carry.
Minions have spawned.
Anyone got a match?
Yep, they invaded our red, it looks like. Wow, taking a lot of unnecessary poke. I'm laning against Ship Tier mid. This kind of sucks. I'm already down a CS because I tried to help the Jarvan, and I couldn't go the long way because Zed was there.
Don't worry, I got this.
So he had two before me because of that one creep. I'm kind of in a bad place mid right now. And it was all because they invaded our red and I had to go help because we didn't have vision control over it.
Don't worry, I got this. Come on.
This is a really good place to gank the Zed, but looks like Jarvan went top first.
Explosion.
Zingy came from the wrong side. Zed was able just to walk away from that gank.
First blood.
We're going.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to recall really soon.
Where'd that bomb go?
He's looking to all in me, but
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
okay, so I have to recall. If I stayed in the lane right now, I would be in trouble. But the reason why I'm backing now is because I have a siege minion. It's going to take him a lot longer to push to my tower. than if I had recalled on a wave that was just normal. It also means that their siege minion's going to be under my tower, and the tower's going to prioritize the siege minion over melee minions, and it means that I'll be able to get here without losing a whole lot. Zingy unfortunately kind of screwed that up by taking my mid XP, but it's fine.
Don't worry, I got this.
See, if Zingy wasn't there, I wouldn't have missed any XP or gold, just because the siege minion would have aggroed the tower first, and I would have gotten back to lane in time.
Patient? I'm not impatient.
I'm not pushing it really hard because Zed backed at a weird time.
Come on.
I was already pretty much back in lane by the time Zed backed, so now there's going to be a huge wave stacked up. This said CS.
Rhino!
It's really foolish of him to do that. He was just in tower range and I baited him and taking one tower hit. Now I've got control over the lane. Wow, I missed 2 last hits because I misclicked 1.
What do you mean it doesn't look safe? Anyone got a match?
He's gonna hit 6 really soon. Yeah, he just hit 6. So I have to play really passive since Zingy took some of my XP mid. I'm not gonna be 6 for a little while.
Where'd that bomb go?
I'll stay really far back. None of the minions are gonna die in the meantime.
Hey, where's that bomb?
Okay, I'm finally 6. When he uses a shadow, that's my cue to go in and harass him. If I go too early, then I'll take too much harass.
Come on.
Zingy not getting any ganks off early, unfortunately.
Anyone got a match?
An ally has been slain.
We're going.
You have been
Oh my
slain.
gosh. I used my health potion a little bit too late, but that Shyvana gank, top lane Shyvana
Who
gank.
has been slain.
If I had any more mana, I could have definitely had made that work. But unfortunately, I was zoomed. I was planning on recalling, but when your top lane gets pressured like that, like the Shyvana was proxy farming, you have to be really careful when you play mid because then they can come in from behind. But that wasn't even their jungler, that was their top laner. Gragas is the jungle.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
If I had used my potion sooner, I definitely would have lived there though. That's the unfortunate part. I definitely could have lived there.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
And they took the blue. So playing like mid Zed, if you can't go Chalice on Ziggs mid, you're gonna not like, I don't know. You already have mana problems, so if you get denied blue, you can't just AFK push mid, which is already a problem because Zed is manaless. Okay, that's me.
You have been slain.
So their support anti-roam mid too. This is kind of bad, but they'll get a kill bottom maybe.
An ally has been slain.
That's bad.
An ally has been slain.
So their Graves is able to kill our Cogbond at 1v3 while they're anti-roam mid. Gragas top lane. This game is just kind of out of control at this point. Unfortunately, Meteos' control early on the jungle, very, very high. I probably wouldn't have extended as far as I did, but I saw Gragas top helping Shyvana, so I thought I was safe just harassing Zed, but yep, that the Annie support. This game's gonna... Please kill one. Please. Please. Wow. So I took my satchel charge early because I didn't want to get body slammed by Gragas. So I took it out this way to try and stall, but as Zingy had ultimate, I don't know why he didn't use it. Or maybe it just came up.
Anyone got him?
Yeah, this game is pretty much over though. Like, I mean, you can make comebacks happen, but like, we're getting completely outplayed in every lane. Ooh, good kill. Okay, that was a good double kill, and that was really good.
An ally has been slain.
This doesn't look safe.
So we have a chance of coming back just because they somehow made the mistake of diving us like that. But the problem is now, they probably won't make that same mistake twice. Ooh, kill bottom. Okay, good, good, good.
Anyone got him?
So you don't want to entirely give up when you get this far behind, but when I said the game was basically over, I meant like, I'm against Meteos, Dyrus, Shifter. They usually don't make mistakes. So when you get this high in ranking, when you get this far behind, or as far behind as we were 3 kills ago, it's really difficult to come back because you're playing, you know, basically against the best players in North America, and they're not going to make the same mistakes as some players in gold level.
What do you
But we do have Wild Turtle, so got that going for us. If I had blue right now, I would be able to pressure mid a lot harder, but
Rhino!
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
okay. I didn't know he had flash there. I don't know why he dove me there either. Oh well. I knocked him towards me, but I also wanted to reposition myself. Like, he stood on the satchel charge to go in the direction that I ended up going, but I don't know. It was still a better decision for me to do that than to like not take it because he was gonna go to the same direction as me. But at the same time, I was pulling him into my second tower, so Dyrus was tanking this tower and that tower for a while, and that's basically how I had enough damage to kill him. I had to use 2 summoners though for that, and Dyrus just flashed and used ultimate. Ooh, nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Ooh, my blue is up. We really need to get on this blue.
I'm going.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay. So Shyvana is just sitting by my blue. I went up to go get the blue, but Rengar was wanting to do the wave first. Oh, Rengar went, Rengar went full AD. That's the problem. If you're playing top lane Rengar against a Shyvana, you have to go tank Rengar. And you just max your W and you get Spirit Visage first item, and Shyvana can't kill you, and you just sustain indefinitely. But if you go offensive Rengar with full AD, you can't kill Shyvana, and Shyvana can kill you. Oh, please.
Don't worry, I got this.
I pretty much have to recall. Like, they're like in our jungle. Gragas is probably on our red, so I can't even go down there. I don't even know what I want to build this game because I need mana. I probably should go for mana regen because I'm not going to get a single blue this game. Oh, that was bad. I'm the only survivor in my team right now. But yeah, I think Rengar would have done a lot better top if he went defensive spec. I'm actually surprised he went offensive. Right now, it's really popular to go to defensive Rengar. Getting Spirit Visage first item against APs.
Has been destroyed.
Come on.
Please.
Slain an enemy.
Oh gosh. This game.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Okay, so I need to recall because I don't know where Dyrus is, I don't know where Gragas is. They could dive me here. Gragas is bottom.
I'm going.
Good Rengar kill. Okay, so Rengar actually survived laning phase to an extent. Like, Shyvana is really, really far ahead, but the good thing about having AD Rengar is his mid game is insane. Like, AD Rengar doesn't do quite as well top lane against tanks, and it sometimes shows. This game it especially did. But mid game Rengar, if you get a Brutalizer, Tiamat, anything like that, you can start killing people, like 100 to 0.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Please. Please.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
I don't think he saw Dyrus. He's probably dead. He just used his flagpole too.
Come on.
Okay, I think I saved him. So I need to go mana regen. Something mana regen related.
Where'd that bomb go?
Because, like I said, I'm not going to get a single blue. At the same time, if I go, like... If I go, like, a Chalice right now, I won't have any damage, so... This kind of sucks. Like, if I really go some mana route this late into the game, then I'm going to be lacking damage later. If we do make it to later.
This doesn't look safe. Anyone got a match?
So I'm gonna do.
Ally has been slain.
So I'm gonna do a Merlinomicon this game. A little bit late to get it. I mean, I have like a bunch of wonky components, but it's, I don't know. It's not like the greatest item, but if you can't, like, they don't have very much magic damage, so getting Chalice will be kind of. Wow, the Zed is just wreaking havoc. And he flashed out.
This one, and throw it in your face.
I could have ulted a little bit sooner, but Annie still had flash.
Don't worry, I got
And there goes my blue.
I'm going. Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Enemy rampage.
What do you
Maybe we can kill Dyrus. We probably can't, but we might as well try.
Ally has been slain.
Wow.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Don't worry, I got this.
An enemy has been slain.
Anyone got a
Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Shut down.
Come on.
An enemy has
Nice.
been slain.
Rhino! Bombs away!
My Wraith is going to be too hard for me to do. Wow. I really don't do any damage right now. The way you come back from this is we need to start getting wards on the Baron area and possibly steal it.
I'm going. Impatient? I'm not impatient. Rhino!
Ally has been slain.
Oh my gosh. See, that's the potential of AD Rengar. But that was a support. Something going down bottom.
Has
Nice.
been slain. Ally has been slain. Shut down.
I'm going.
Oh, my blue. Please, team, defend blue.
Bomb go.
If I get this blue.
Fire in the hole.
Yay.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh my gosh, please. Oh, she DFG'd her. This Annie's so far ahead, she has a DFG. So she's like an AP carry now.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Dogma. So we're gonna lose an inhibitor out of that. That Shyvana did a lot of damage to us, and like I said earlier,
Destroyed a turret
this Shyvana kind of got out of control during laning phase. They all did, to be honest.
has been destroyed.
But this when Shyvana gets this tanky this quickly, her base damage is enough just to kill everyone, and that's what her burnout basically did. She did 500 damage burnout to me.
Come on. What do you mean? That's what it takes.
Gragas is in the area somewhere.
Go.
Holy cow.
An ally has been slain.
That Annie landed a really nice Tibber stun on every single one of us. They're gonna go do Baron. Not much we can do about that. I'm gonna buy Home Guard boots, maybe help contest this. Because I can afford a Void Staff right now, I'm just gonna build a Void Staff. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of magic resist, but if they get this Baron, then we're pretty much screwed, so... Okay, it looks like we're not even gonna try and contest it, so they got it. Now I'm stuck with a Void Staff. Oh well. I thought Rengar and I could contest it, and I think we definitely could have. But Rengar wanted to do Dragon instead. He's gonna get Dragon. It's not too bad. It would have been really close. I don't know. Their 80 carry is really far ahead, 3 items, so maybe they could have finished it before we got there, but we'll never know.
Don't worry. I got this.
Actually, they do have a lot of magic resist. So me getting Void Staff wasn't bad at all in this situation. Shyvana is like ridiculously tanky with magic resist. Guardian's Angel gives a lot of magic resist and Merc Treads. Gragas is Abyssal. They have a lot of magic resist, so me getting a Void Staff like this isn't a bad thing. Typically, you don't want to get Void Staff until you have a lot of damage, though. But in some circumstances, you have to get Void Staff to even do damage when you're behind. That tower's dead. Don't even go for it.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay. So Annie used her talisman to get really close to me, stun me, My entire team backed up. What Morgana should have done there was she should have thrown her slow out. If she snared Annie in tower range, then I could have gotten away and we could have killed her for free. But you know, it's just that moment where everyone panics when you see an Annie with her stun up running towards you. Ooh. I think I should have jumped on the Graves there.
Ally has been slain.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I can save this. Wow, just in time we all home guard here. Oh no. Okay, he went invisible. Nice.
Shut down. Double kill.
Hey, where'd that bird go? Come on.
There's not much we can do right now. Okay, the great thing is, if they make a mistake though, Rengar can potentially still insta-give Graves. So I mean, we still have the chance. Like, comebacks happen when you have like enough crowd control that if they make a mistake, you can penalize them for it, or enough damage that, you know, the same thing happens. Games only become hopeless when, you know, you can no longer kill them. They're so far ahead that you can no longer get kills. Because if you can't get kills on them, then you're not going to be able to get objectives, and objectives is the way to win the game. This Rengar could split push as well, but I mean, we're down 2 inhibs, so we have to wait till whatever inhibitor responds before we even think about that. I'm going to get Hourglass now just because if Zed ults me for whatever reason, I'll have the potential to not die to it by Hourglassing right before it pops. Rengar initiated. Nice. So they ran after I popped my ultimate, so if they had chose to fight us there, we still would have picked off Dyrus. And if they had turned around and fought, then they would have, you know, sat in my ultimate. So it wasn't the best ultimate that I could have done, but it definitely gave them the decision of either, you know, trying to help Dyrus or backing off, and they chose to back off. So it worked out. We got 2 kills. We saved our inhibitor, but we lost 1 base tower. If we can keep farming, then we can keep closing the gap in the gold, and we have a chance of coming back then. They're farming our jungle. That's what sucks. When you're pinned into your base, you can only get CS. You can't get jungle income, and you can't get, you know, buffs and stuff like that.
What do you mean this doesn't look
I need 200 gold for a large rod. And then I'll be on my way to death cap. Once I get death cap, like if right now, for whatever reason, I can actually afford to get death cap in the next, you know, 5 minutes or so, then I can actually be a major source of AP damage on our team. Our Kog'Maw is almost full items. Oh, this is really bad. Okay, Baron's up now.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
I almost got it.
Come on.
But now I'm not gonna have my ultimate up for this fight. I mean, it was worth it. Like, the chance to have stolen Baron right there would have been worth it, I think.
Hey.
It was close, but I think Meteos just saved his smite to smite it a little bit below to make sure he gets it.
Anyone got a catch?
Graves took a lot of damage there. My ultimate's almost back up, so...
Let's blow this.
My blue. I got one blue this game, and then Dyrus dove me and took it from me. But he died after.
Hey. Where'd that bomb go?
Okay, so I got a blue elixir just because I didn't have enough for a blasting wand, and it looks like this might be a final push.
Impatient?
If it is, then, you know, I might as well have a little bit of extra power. Okay, so they're gonna back off because we have a huge wave pushing on the bottom. Now's our chance to get some breathing room, take mid tower.
Rhino! What do you mean? Anyone got a catch?
That Gragas ultimate did a lot of damage.
Let's blow this.
Like, that was pretty ridiculous. He's really big right now. Gragas is basically
Don't
an
worry.
AP carry right now.
Hey. Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Dang, that almost was a really good fight for us. I ran out of mana
Has
though.
been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Take cover!
My ultimate there split their team and also killed all of the minions, so that was like pretty much the best fight we could have had there unless I had more mana. If I had a blue buff there, it would have been ideal. But unfortunately I ran out of mana, poking them down and also doing that. But we lost an inhibitor, but we're able to get a little bit of breathing room because they're low in HP right now.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
So now that I have death cap, I'm actually like a huge damage source, like pretty big.
Come on. Don't worry, I got this. What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy
Yeah, this is GG.
kill. Ace.
They got too close and got Tibber stunned. And I did a panic ult because I was trying to get them to not engage on us, but it was GG. We almost came back. It was, I mean, not really almost, but like if we had won that fighter for whatever reason, we had a chance of like evening the playing field, but we were always just really far behind that game. Not a whole lot we could do once we lost laning phase. I think Jinx is a pretty good AD carry right now. I think she's third best after Lucian and Sivir. Sivir did receive some buffs, but I think, or nerfs rather. Sivir did not receive buffs, she received nerfs. Even after the Sivir nerfs, she's still probably the second best AD carry. She's very, very strong. But Jinx is probably third best. Lucian being the best right now. Jinx is, I don't know, Jinx is really, really good, to be honest. She might be better than Sivir, but Sivir's ultimate is still incredibly powerful for winning, you know, solo queue games. Skill difference between servers, maybe. I don't know. I've only ever played on North America, so I can't really answer that question fully. It's possible there could be. At the same time, you know, I don't know. You don't really know. There's no way to really find out because, you know, even if I were to play in Europe, I would have a ping disadvantage. I would have, you know, a much higher ping, so I wouldn't be playing as well. It'd be hard to judge because I would be playing at a worse ping. What is my best role? I don't know. I've played pretty much every role. It varies per season. Right now it might be jungle. I'm pretty good at jungle right now. Was Lucian always that good? To be honest, Lucian, when he first was released, he's probably okay. The thing is, they nerfed every other AD carry pretty much. They nerfed Corki, they nerfed Vayne, they nerfed all the top AD carries, and it was just kind of like suddenly Lucian was like the next best thing. Lucian was always pretty great because of his passive. I mean, the scaling on his passive was always like potentially incredibly high mid to late game. But the downside was, you know, Lucian would get outlaned previously by Corki and stuff like that. Corki was just the best. You know, when Triforce was first buffed and then, you know, Corki got buffed as well, it was just like, you know, Corki was the best. Corki got nerfed, they started nerfing Vayne. You know, Lucian was just there at the right time. The best junglers right now? Evelyn's the best jungler right now, hands down, for solo queue. Then it comes as, I don't know, it depends on your playstyle, but I think Kha'Zix, especially in high elo right now, is the next best jungler. After that, you know, Olaf, not Olaf, but Shyvana's up there. Vi is still really good. Olaf is a pretty decent jungler, but he has his downsides. He falls off pretty hard if he gets ahead early. Lee Sin's also pretty great right now. They got Thresh. I really don't like picking Leona into Thresh, but I don't have very many other champions on this account. So I don't even have, like, my runes right now aren't even that great for having Leona support. Ideally, you'd want, like, health quintessences on Leona support because the scaling on her, not the scaling, but, like, she gets so much innate armor and magic resist from her W that the health scales very well. This is a pretty good Leona rune page, 0, 13, 17. You get the core components of utility, and you also get 13 defense. And as, you know, a tanky support that initiates, you really do need points in defense. So going 21 utility on Leona wouldn't necessarily be the best thing because you'd miss out on a lot of the early armor and magic resist that you could be getting. And the early game is really important for Leona because if you get ahead early, you're gonna just be ahead all throughout the game when you play Leona. Ooh, they have Thresh Lucian bottom lane. We might get crushed. There's a good chance we're gonna get crushed bottom just because of the matchup. I'm gonna take Exhaust because they have a Jax and a LeBlanc. Exhaust is really, really good against assassins. My runes, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to run physical damage. I have, like, basically no other good rune page for support. But yeah, the Thresh Lucian is like one of the best bottom lanes in the game. So I got a Bug Splat Air. I go in manually to bypass the Bug Splat Air. If you follow that direct route, if you're running LO replay, which I am, you'll sometimes get Bug Splats. And if you go directly into that folder that I did and then go in game from there, you can bypass it and you won't get Bug Splats. Alright, so, oh man. We're against Zuna bot lane, and I don't know who that is. Bloodvanus. No idea who that is, but X Special too. So I picked Leona because Leona works really well with Wukong, and Leona's just generally a pretty solid laner if they have an aggressive lane. Now the problem is Thresh is a hard counter to Leona, so I picked into a counter pick, but I don't own very many supports on this account, so the alternatives would have been even worse. But Leona's going to work really well with Wukong because if I land an ultimate that stuns them or even slows them, maybe I can keep them in a Wukong ultimate, and we do have a Vladimir as well. So we have the potential to wombo combo kill them, Kha'Zix reset, maybe Vayne cleanup. So we have a decent team comp for solo queue. Maybe not necessarily ideal because we don't have a whole lot of crowd control other than just me. But our team fight potential is pretty strong. Their team fight potential is much weaker than ours. At best, they have pick-off potential with Udyr and LeBlanc while Jack split pushes. Maybe some Thresh hooks to siege with or something like that. But for the most part, unless they get ahead early and they get picks mid-game, we'll just come out on top. Like, we've got a better team fighting comp. We have, you know, overall, just a better team comp for later in the game. We just have to make it to that portion of the game. And Leona Vayne, we're gonna be at a huge disadvantage against the Thresh Lucian because for one, Lucian outlanes Vayne because Vayne can simply just not outtrade Lucian right now. So because Lucian can outtrade that, it comes down to what the supports can bring to the table. And as Leona, if I use my E to gap close and try to snare them, Thresh can flay and cancel it. So that's where the the quote unquote Thresh counters Leona comes into. And as well, Thresh can harass from range, and I can't do anything about it. So if they get ahead in lane, they can just push against us, and I can't go aggressive. That's the counter to Leona. You outpoke them to the point where Leona cannot safely go in, or she'll just die. Ooh, they have Udyr. I could risk this. I think I'm going to go Doran's Shield. So I'm doing the risky start. This is like the ultimate risk start as a support is, not starting a standard ward, still going the normal trinket, but going Doran Shield. Now, I wouldn't suggest doing this on most bottom lanes, but I'm going to do it this game because I know for a fact that if we lose early game, then we're just going to get crushed during laning phase. So as a support, especially Leona, getting Doran Shield this early means I'm going to be that much tankier. And when you have trinkets, like previously it was much riskier than it was because you would only have a scout ward, but now with the warding totems, we have the potential to have 2 warding totems out and alternate rather than just rely on 1 scout ward. I could have started a ward, but you need sustain in lane. Like if you start Doran Shield, you can start a ward, but if you don't have any potions at all, then like I said, we're just gonna get outpoked and killed. I have to have potions in order to actually make the lane work. And Vayne took a lesson from me and started Doran Shield as well. Now starting Doran Shield on Vayne is risky, but it works because you have a better early game. Doran Shield is a better defensive start than Doran's Blade, and we're definitely going to be playing defensive this game.
Hitting me is like boxing with shadows. Hitting me is like boxing with shadows.
Do not fear death. The best part of you will be mine.
Round we go.
They will be sundered.
So I'm gonna get the lane really late because they did that engage. If you're blue side bottom lane and your jungler starts blue, you can do that as a bottom lane and really get the enemy bottom lane behind.
The sun always rises. Stay at the vanguard.
So we're pushing as fast as we can because whoever hits level 2 first is going to be at a huge advantage, and they just hit 2 before us. It takes 6 melee minions, 3 caster to hit level 2 bottom lane. But they're pushing it to our tower, so we're going to hit level 2 shortly after.
The sun always rises. The purifying element. Chosen of the sun. Rally to me. I must not fall.
There are too many minions for me to go aggressive, and also they have health advantage on us.
First light approaches. Ever vigilant.
Ooh, that damage.
Chosen of the sun.
See, right there, my E got canceled by the Flay, and the only reason why I went in on that is because they were When they run past the creep wave like that, if you fight them in the creep wave, they'll take more harass. But that was a really good play by the Thresh. And like I said, Lucian is just out trading Vayne right now from really far away. It was a good counter pick picking Lucian. We first picked Vayne, so.
Rally to me. I will protect you.
Oh, we interrupted the Lucian's recall. That was really good.
Ever vigilant.
Yeah, we interrupted Lucian's recall twice, so now if we freeze the lane, we're gonna actually have a pretty decent advantage. Check the CS difference. Lucian has a lot of CS on her Vayne, but that's to be expected. That's just the matchup. It does hurt a little bit more that I'm playing Leona in the matchup, but I mean, if I picked Annie or something like that, it would be just as bad because it really does come down to how the AD carries can trade, and Lucian just simply can out-trade Vayne early game.
I will protect you.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
There it is. So we're getting a little bit of breathing room. Whenever I do that, I force them to use abilities on me, and I'm much tankier than Vayne. Good trade by Vayne. So even though I'm making them flay every time, we're making them play a little bit more defensive. If they're defensively flaying, then they can't offensively play. I could have E'd in there, but like I said, I could have gotten flayed back and gotten pinned really close to their tower, and that's something I don't want. We see their Udyr top lane, so that's why we're playing a little bit more aggressive bottom than we normally would. I only have one trinket ward out, but that's fine.
Stay at the vanguard. First light approaches.
My exhaust, like I tried to exhaust the Lucian, but when he took the lane turn, he was directly on top of the Thresh, and the exhaust ended up going on the Thresh. He still would have died though, unfortunately. He was so low that either Thresh or Lucian could have finished him. I don't know. I was really close to Targon's, and leaving Relic Shield's really bad compared to Targon's, so I'm just gonna get Targon's now. Like, I waited a little bit longer in base to get that, but...
The sun always rises.
I think that play started because Vayne got hooked. I'm not sure. I wasn't actually directly looking when Vayne got hooked, so I'm not sure what happened, but it's fine. Like, as long as we stay somewhat even bottom, it's okay. Like, he's catching up in CS. I mean, we're doing really well for the matchup. Udyr is not coming bottom either, so that's really helping us out.
Has been slain.
Rally to me. First light approaches. I must not fall. Rally to me.
They're freezing bottom. I was pretty smarter than the freeze bottom, to be honest. If they just keep shoving to our tower and harassing us, then they're giving us CS. But if they freeze the lane and they don't let us come out there, then there's no way we can like safely go there because I'm still level 5 while they're level 6.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Ever vigilant. I will protect you. First light approaches.
When I hit 6, we can actually do something, but until then... we can't do anything. Finally, they broke the freeze and it's pushing to our tower, but it's like a 30 CS difference now.
The sun always rises. Rally to me. Twilight fades. Stay at the vanguard.
LeBlanc is above us.
The sun always rises. Ever vigilant. I must not fall.
An enemy has been slain.
First light approaches. Chosen of the sun. I will protect you. Stand and fight.
Ally has been slain.
I must not fall. They'll have to get through me.
Oh,
Stay at
man.
the vanguard.
Executed.
If I had any mana.
Killing spree.
If I had any mana, I could have gotten that kill. I just didn't have any
The
mana.
sun always rises.
I'm really surprised they went for that. Like, I knew if Thresh went for the hook, they would dive me, but I really didn't think they would dive me. I had to use my W for the extra armor. If I didn't use that, I would have died.
I will protect you.
So, because they're shoving us in so much, and because Udyr ganks just don't scare me at this point, but me getting tankier, it's going to be better than me maybe going a little bit more utility. If I get tanky enough and I can just go in on them before they even initiate on Vayne, then maybe we have a chance. It's going to be when Vayne gets her Bork too.
Ever vigilant. First light approaches. Chosen of the sun. Ever vigilant. I will break their line.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Rally.
Enemy double kill.
Okay, that hurt. So, I mean, like, the enemy team has, like, been shoving up against us really hard, so I've been getting away with not buying words, but now I definitely need to start buying words. That Giant's Belt was a little bit greedy, but the tankiness is definitely appreciated when you're behind as a support. I think the reason why that play went so poorly was because Lucian ended up getting lanterned out really close to death, and Wild Turtle flashed for the kill under the tower, got stunned and killed. So even though I was taking like most of the damage for most of the fight, they ended up turning around and killing Vayne because she tanked a lot of tower hits, and then I was just really close by and died as well.
I will protect you.
So not a very good play, but at least now Vayne is really close to Bork.
The sun always
Shut
rises.
down.
Feel the sun.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
That kind of sucked. Vayne died before, like, I don't know. I thought we were disengaging and Vayne went back in and got hit by the
An
threshold.
ally has been slain.
I probably should have ulted a little bit sooner, but I don't think, I don't know. It would have been, the problem with Leona against Lucian is if I don't stun Lucian, then he can just use his E to get away, because E will remove slows.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Chosen of the sun. I must not fall. They'll have to get through me. Stay at the vanguard. First light approaches. Rally to me. I will protect you. Chosen of the sun.
Right, here's bottom.
The sun always rises. Ever vigilant. First light approaches. Rally to me.
They have a huge level advantage on this bottom.
Ever vigilant. The sun always rises. Chosen of the sun.
Enemy rampage.
Vayne.
You are slain.
Kha'Zix. This fight is so crazy. I think Thresh like almost soloed. Our Vayne. Holy cow.
Stay at the
Ally
vanguard.
has been slain.
Oh my gosh.
Enemy double kill.
That was pretty ridiculous, to be honest.
I will protect you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Uh-oh.
Ever vigilant.
Turtle, no. Turtle, no.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
Oh.
First light approaches. The sun always rises.
Shut down.
I will protect you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stay at the vanguard.
Defeat.
Yeah, you can still play Vayne. She just gets outlaned by a lot of other champions right now. Lucian is really strong, so it was unfortunate that we first picked Vayne. And they got Lucian Thresh. Thresh is pretty good right now, too. So yeah, last game, I remember saying in Champion Select, if we survived laning phase, we'd win. And we didn't survive laning phase. We lost bottom and top lost. And I think mid may have gone even. But, you know, LeBlanc Roam is slightly better than Wukong Roam. So, and Wukong had to itemize against LeBlanc, and it doesn't favorably work into, a popular Wukong strong killing build. LeBlanc could build like an early Seekers if she was losing lane against a Bruiser and turn that into an Hourglass later in the game. But like a Wukong, if you get an early Hex Drinker, it's okay, but it really does hurt your damage. A champion like Wukong scales much better by going more offensive builds than a LeBlanc would. LeBlanc is still going to be able to do a ridiculous amount of damage because of the base damage on her abilities. So her getting that early Seekers isn't going to hurt her as much as the Wukong forced to get an early Hex Drinker over something like a Brutalizer or even an early Tiamat or something like that. And it's mostly because upgrading Hex Drinker is very situational. So Hex Drinker oftentimes is just Hex Drinker the entire game. Whereas if you buy a Brutalizer early in the game, that can turn into a Black Cleaver or something like that, that really helps out your damage as Wukong. So matchups sometimes, hinder you from doing the builds that would benefit your champion, or give your champion the most optimal build path. Yeah, Leona was not a good pick there, but I don't own very many champions on this account, as you can see. Leona is probably our best bet, because if I went something like Sona or Janna, something standard, we'd probably still lose, because the trades that would happen, Lucian's just going to out-trade damage with our Vayne. So, I don't know. I was hoping to have enough CC that if our jungler came bottom that we'd be able to kill them, but we got smashed. Our jungler had to help out the other lanes to make them go even, if not like slightly. I don't know. Their Udyr did really well as well. That Udyr, I think, didn't die that game. I'm not sure. I can look. That Udyr was really tanky. Yeah, the Udyr didn't die last game. Very tanky Udyr. And the reason why I was building at Randuin's is because, for one, I'm pretty much the only source of CC, so having Randuin's is going to be nice to add in that extra slow. Another is, during laning phase, like, if I didn't build, that early Giant spell like when I did, I wouldn't have that HP to play slightly more aggressive. And I don't know what I would spend that amount of gold on. Like, I could have gotten a Sightstone, but their Udyr wasn't ganking us bottom. He was only coming bottom at the right times when we would tower dive or something like that. For the most part, like, we had full vision on Udyr just in other lanes for most of the game. The problem was they just couldn't handle Udyr being in those areas. So we knew where Udyr was. I didn't need to buy those wards that early. But yeah, when I had that 1,000 gold, I ended up going Giant Spell and turning that into a Randuin's. But, nothing really came of it. We just kind of lost the game because of laning phase. What's better, Trundle tank or Bruiser? It depends. Trundle top is probably pretty decent right now against some matchups, but I think if you're playing something like Trundle, it's definitely, you're gonna do better if you go tank, because Trundle has a lot of sustained damage. If you go, full DPS Trundle, you might in some games get ahead early, and just if you have level advantage and whatnot, you can carry that over into keeping your defensive stats high enough to just kind of tank their team. But if you get behind when you go DPS Trundle, then you're going to find that you won't have a whole lot of potential to do anything all game. Whereas if you get behind and go tank, you won't die as much. And in team fights, you can at least start soaking up damage. Whereas if you went DPS Trundle, in team fights you go and you might not even be able to do damage, and you'll just get picked off because you're a melee champion. So I would say tanky Trundle is probably the only way to play him right now. Maybe get tanky early and then transition to like a Bork later into the game. Maybe a Bork or a Triforce. But you definitely need to get tanky early in the game. I I think the reason why we forfeited last game was mostly because Turtle got demoralized from bottom lane. I mean, there's just not much you can do as Vayne versus Lucian. And, you know, we got punished bottom for having a bad matchup. And it sucks playing in bad matchups. You just kind of get demoralized. He wasn't doing very well. He didn't have any items. Our chance of coming back that game was pretty slim. So I was totally fine with forfeiting just because, you know, sometimes in your head you have to just evaluate, like, what's the best use of your time? Like, you know, some games you could stick out to the very bitter end and have like a, you know, 5% chance of making a comeback. But, you know, you may have wasted 20, 30 minutes extra time and the game might go much later and you're still always at a disadvantage. And, you know, the only reason why it delays that long is because the enemy team makes slight mistakes, giving you the impression that you can come back. But the true sign of you being able to make a comeback in a game just comes down to, do you have enough crowd control to punish them if they make a mistake? And do you actually have enough damage to get kills? It only gets demoralizing when you can no longer get kills and you're just dying left and right. It sucks when they're so tanky that, you know, even your DPSers are unable to kill them and, you know, they just push against you. And that game, it sort of felt like that. Their Thresh was really tanky. Their Udyr didn't even die that game. He was just wreaking havoc on us. Their Jax was super far ahead. We had no answer for a split push. So even if we won some team fights, theoretically, Jax could have just stayed split the entire game, and there's nothing we could do about it, because Vladimir was so far behind, he couldn't just, you know, sit against the Jax. Jax would eventually kill him 1v1 and take an inhibitor or something like that. And Vayne was so far behind, Vayne couldn't duel the Jax, stuff like that. You have to keep those factors in mind. Just because the score was 18-12 doesn't mean that we had the chance of coming back. Even though we might have, if we stuck it out, maybe there was a slight chance we could have made a comeback, but it was probably a better use of our time to go to a new game. And when you only have a limited number of games you can play in a day, like if you have a limited schedule or something like that, it is slightly better to forfeit the games that are looking really, really bleak because, you know, heck, you could waste 20 minutes of your time and then still lose the game. But like I said, if you're that far behind but you're still able to get kills and whatnot, stick it out. You want to try and win the games or make comebacks in games that you're still able to do things. It's only, like I said, demoralizing when your team can no longer get kills and you just feel like you're just waiting for the game to end. Yeah, you need to be able to make picks to make a comeback, or you need to be able to punish them if they tower dive you. And if you don't have the crowd control to do that, then nothing's going to come of it. That game, the only crowd control that we had was like a Wukong ultimate, a Vayne condemn, and my CC as Leona. And I only picked Leona because we had no CC. So our pick potential was literally if one of them is close enough for me to ult, and even then they had like a Thresh and a Lucian who can easily escape from that CC. They also had a huge advantage last game because when you're blue side bottom lane and you don't have to leash your jungler, you can contest their blue buff, and that's exactly what they did. Their Thresh just walked up, put a ward down, and you can't leash and like defend the buff at the same time. If Lucian and Thresh come in and harass you, then, you know, you're taking free harass while you auto attack the blue buff. So theoretically, it's a really good idea to do that as long as they have no way to pin you down and kill you. So that Thresh and Lucian, they delayed our Kha'Zix jungle, and they also made it so we got to lane later because we still needed to leash our jungler to make sure he at least has a decent start. And they weren't leashing the jungler, so they were able to just come do whatever they want. I'm at 85 LP Diamond 1 right now. Lost the last two games. Last two games have been really one-sided. And that just happens, especially in Diamond 1, high Diamond 1 Challenger games. The last 2 games we've had, you know, mostly Challenger slash Diamond 1 90 LP players. It just sucks because, you know, sometimes you get players that only play one role and stuff like that. And I think the first game we just were outmatched in our lanes. They had Meteos, Dyrus, Shipter, and they matched up really well. And Dyrus and Meteos wreaked havoc on our top lane, and that ended up creating a chain reaction that made us lose every lane. But the second game, last game, really bad picks. We had really bad champion picks that game. Just not quite... It wasn't quite the best for the matchups. Like, Jax versus Vlad. As Vladimir, you can beat Jax, but I would definitely say it's in Jax's favor, because if you do get help from the jungler, as Jax did, then you can make a huge comeback and become unkillable against the Vladimir. And even if you lose in that matchup as Jax, you still have the potential of coming back later in the game because he's such a strong duelist. Mid lane, LeBlanc versus Wukong. I would say that's definitely in Wukong's... Actually, no. That's definitely in LeBlanc's favor. Just because Wukong has to build Hexdrinker to survive, and that's not a build path that he wants to do. And LeBlanc can still roam very effectively. Wukong does not have a lot of wave clear unless you get a Tiamat. His E does hit 3 targets, but Tiamat is a really good first item for mid Wukong, because with your E and the Tiamat proc and like 2 auto attacks, you can clear an entire creep wave. And it really helps you against mid laners that will just harass you and push the lane. Assassin supports. LeBlanc is really good right now. I think LeBlanc's a really good support because not only does she have high damage during laning phase, but you know, if you win laning phase, you can get a DFG and you can still one-shot their carries and whatnot and be useful later in the game. You can also, you know, double chain in team fights. You can use your ethereal chains once and then your ultimate again. And you can snare 2 targets or snare the same target twice, so she's got decent peel. And probably the coolest thing about LeBlanc's support is that she's got such high mobility that she can get areas that most supports can't. Like, she, you know, if you're purple side and you need to clear Baron, you can just W over the Baron pit and, like, you know, kill their ward and go back to your path. Actually, you wouldn't have enough time to auto attack it 3 times, but you know what I mean. You can go up, kill the ward, and then like W over a wall, or she's got a lot of escapes. So playing LeBlanc supports, you know, you kind of take out their potential to pick you off if you play it correctly. So she can get to wards and ward places that normal supports can't. So she's pretty good right now. Yeah, Zed support wouldn't work because although Zed could poke with his shadows, Zed needs a lot of items. So if you don't get ahead on Zed support, you're going to be a dead weight on your team. He doesn't have any hard crowd control. So he's pretty much going to be a dead weight. And if you start soaking up farm mid-game, that's farm that could go to a carry. So if you try to become a carry as Zed support or something like that, you know, it could hurt your other carries as well. So it's much better to play carries, or not carries, it's much better to play supports that, you know, even if you get behind, you can still contribute something. If you're able to get Bork, Executioner's Calling, and Last Whisper on Vayne, then you wouldn't need to go that build anyways. The problem with Vayne is you get crushed early during lane, and you can't translate that into anything. It sucks. Like that game, by the time our Vayne had Bork, we were really far behind. Champions like Lucian, Jinx, Sivir, they do really well against Vayne during laning phase, and it's hard to even translate that into mid-game items as Vayne. I think Bork, i.e. Infinity Edge, is really good, but I don't know. Like, usually you have to get a Last Whisper really early as an AD carry because tanks are so strong right now. So you have to third item Last Whisper. So I'm going to play Katarina this game. Blind picking Katarina is very, very risky. Oh, Riven was open. Do I even own Riven on this account? I don't even own Riven on this account. Or, yeah, I don't own Riven. That sucks. So even if I knew Riven was open, I couldn't pick it because I don't own it on this account. So if that's Riven mid, okay, that's going to be Wukong mid. Wukong's really good against Katarina. So it was really unfortunate that I early picked Katarina. I wanted to play jungle, but I had Oddwin on my team, and I'd much rather have Oddwin playing a jungler than lane, because that's what he does for a living. What is this? I don't even know what their team comp is. I guess that's a mid Xerath. Real? Okay, we got a Vigar support. Not too happy about that. I think it's a Wukong top now. Wukong mid became popular just because some picks just stopped occurring. Like Zed stopped being a frequent mid laner recently, and you know, Wukong was always a risky pick against Zed because Zed could just all in and kill you. Sometimes people just forget about certain champions like Wukong and they're not played for a long time. If you don't get help from the jungler when you play mid Wukong, you will get punished, however. Okay, it's Wukong jungle, top Riven, of course. The last time I played Katarina, I actually was against a Wukong jungle as well. And it was one of the worst games I've ever played because their Wukong kept ganking me mid. And Wukong jungle it can work because if you can deceive at the right angle, you can get to the mid laner before you're out of stealth. So you can basically get directly on top of someone without them realizing it. And that's what happened. I kept Shunpoing aggressively and all-inning their mid laner, and their Wukong just kept stealthing and coming up on me. And normally Wukong, you know, because he doesn't have very much crowd control other than his ultimate, wouldn't be that effective. But, you know, he was able to get to me before his stealth ran out, so I would have already made the decision to Shunpo aggressively, and it was too late. Wukong is going to be good against me in team fights as well because it will knock me up. And their Thresh also has good interrupts as well. I have the decision of either going Doran Shields or Boots. I'm gonna go boots this game because I really do feel like
Because
if with Xerath, if you dodge his Qs, then that's most of his damage.
To summoners
Whereas if I went Door and Shield, I would be mitigating a lot of auto attack harass and being pretty tanky, but you know, if I'm not fast enough to dodge those Qs by Xerath, then I'm still gonna take a lot of harass.
to the point.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Black and blue, and is about to show you the definition of pain. What's black and blue, and is about to show you the definition of pain. What's black and blue, and is about to show
So this is gonna be probably one of the most interesting games I've played in a while. Odd One and Turtle have been screen looking on each other at the start of this game, so that could persist, creating very interesting scenarios. Not exactly favorable to the Summoner's Code, but
Sunder any army.
Keep friends close and enemies guessing. I've made my choice. Better dead than dumb. Never play no going back. To the point. I've made my choice.
I'm gonna save my trinket to word jump away.
I like
First blood.
keep friends close and enemies guessing. Intriguing.
This is a tricky matchup because he can stun me, and almost, I don't know, like, he could stun me, but there's a delay in the stun. If I Shumpo, I can always escape. But there's the chance that I'll Shumpo where he's predicting I will. Because if I have minions there, it's going to be obvious where I'm trying to Shumpo.
Why? Because I can. Never. Only fools hesitate.
An enemy has been slain.
Why?
An enemy has
Because I
been slain.
I like it.
Hotshot's out of health potions. The benefit of starting boots is I can have 2 more health potions than someone who starts Doran's Ring. I can't get too close though.
Keep friends close. Enemies guessing.
That gank was really telegraphed.
No going back.
he was trying to run to get into stun range, and it was pretty obvious that I was getting ganked just because he doesn't normally do that. He's been staying really far back. He's only E'd me once during laning phase. So from that behavior, I knew I was probably getting ganked, or he was trying to do something.
Only fools hesitate. Never play. Ready for trouble?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
So Wukong's bottom. This would have given me the opportunity to play aggressive mid, but the problem is I was pretty low. I was out of potions,
I've made my
and I just made the decision to recall because I would feel more comfortable having more wards as Katarina, giving me an opportunity to ward both sides and play a little bit more aggressive.
keep friends close and enemies guessing. Ready for trouble?
So I'm gonna get some deep wards to see where Wukong's roaming. You want to put a ward pretty deep so you can see when he's doing raids. So, you know, Wukong will do raids. Their jungler will do raids at some point. Keep note where they put their ward. Hotshot probably put his ward close to our raids, but not directly on our raids because he wasn't there for very long.
Only fools hesitate. No going back.
Enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
That Thresh roaming up really screwed us. Zac might live. We'll see. Nice. Okay, Zac lived. It wasn't that bad. Thresh roaming up really hurt us, though. Good gank by the odd one. And so I'm going hunting guys first because if they don't have a like, if I don't need to go defensive item early as Katarina, hunting guys gives you a well-rounded stat bonus. It gives you some ability power, magic pen, which is really important on Katarina,
An ally
and
has
health.
been slain.
So I need to get, you know, a defensive item because they have a lot of assassin type champions, Riven, Xerath. But I don't need to get one particular stat. I just need to get a lot of tankiness.
Your turret has been destroyed.
More tankiness than I normally would
Let's dance.
as a mid laner. Kong's around mid.
Never played fair. I like it.
So Wukong's bottom. I don't have eyes on Riven. Top tower's down. Riven could go mid.
I've made my choice.
Okay, I have eyes on Riven now. Play a little bit more aggressive mid. Bottom's super low, so I'm gonna go bottom, and if they stay, then I'll get kills. If they leave, then we'll just get the tower.
Ready for trouble.
Oh no.
Ally has been slain.
Never.
He flashed and my W didn't hit him.
Only fools hesitate. Keep friends close and enemies guessing. Why? Because I can. Love for nothing. Intriguing. No going back.
An enemy has been slain.
Friends close, enemies guessing. I've made my
Your
choice.
team has destroyed a turret.
No going back.
An ally has been slain.
Why? Because I can.
You have slain an enemy. You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That was pretty good.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
So what I did that fight, going all the way back,
Ready for
I knew Wukong was coming aggressively on me, and I knew I had enough damage to kill Xerath if he got close to me. And Xerath tried to get close enough to stun me so that Riven could, not Riven, but so that the Wukong could kill me with his ultimate. But when I caught him off guard, I jumped on him, killed him, got the reset, and if I had a ward, I could have gotten away, but
Shut down.
to the point. Never play fair.
that was a lot of damage. I ward jumped away because I didn't know if Xerath had flash. And he could have flash Q'd me and killed me because there's no creep wave nearby.
I've made my choice.
I'm going DFG now because I realized that DFG would benefit Zack's damage and Vygar's, as well as the fact that we're kind of hurting on damage right now.
To the point.
He's dancing.
Has been slain.
Oh shoot, what's going on bottom?
An enemy has been slain.
Actually, I might need to go hourglass. Crap.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Please. So there was a ward really close by, but I don't know. I didn't want to risk getting Cotton killed. Their bottom lane was transitioning to mid.
Your turret has been destroyed.
No going back.
That was close. I turned around for a split second because I was trying to hit Wukong once, and I realized he decoyed and was running towards me.
Why? Because I can.
I had to Shumpo defensively, that's why I couldn't go back into that fight. If I don't know, if there was no way I could have like not Shumpo defensively though, because Jinx killed the tower, had the speed bonus, was beating on me, would have killed me if I didn't Shumpo away because I would have gotten snared. So my entry to that fight was a little bit later than I would have liked because my Shumpo wasn't up. And I really needed my Shumpo to get close enough because I was so low in HP. I think I was like half HP.
No
But
going back.
I can kill Xerath as long as I can guarantee that he doesn't stun me instantly.
I can't wait.
Fresh is sitting here. Okay. I was gonna DFG and go into that, but Hotshot's flash is worth that.
Ready for trouble?
An enemy has been slain.
Intriguing. I've made my choice.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Probably gonna back and get Sork Boots now. This is gonna give me more magic pen for my DFG.
To the point.
I'm gonna get one more wave, then go get Sork Boots. Magic pen scales really well with DFG because you're gonna do a flat amount of percentage damage, and you know it's gonna be reduced by magic resist. So having magic pen will mean you're gonna do more damage. Ow, that barely hit me. Oh, that was close. Start working on my Seeker's Arm Guard. I get to go Hourglass second. I ideally would like to go Deathcap second, but they have Riven, Wukong, and Jinx that are doing very well. And, well, not very well, but they're not, like, behind. Wukong doesn't have a whole lot of damage, but he's still going to do a whole lot in a team fight with his ultimate. And Jinx is Jinx, and Riven is Riven.
I've made my choice. To the point.
They're going to try and sneak around behind the bottom.
An enemy has been slain.
Only fools hesitate.
Ace.
Keep friends close. Enemies
An ally has been slain. destroyed.
Oh no.
I love
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
it. No going back.
An ally has been slain.
Kill it.
Ready for trouble.
So they hit a pink there.
Never play fair. Only fools hesitate.
I gotta be really careful about my team fight presence. Wukong's bottom.
Shut down.
Looks like they're all bottom. They're getting the jump on us.
Intriguing.
They've got really good pick off because Riven can pretty much 1v1 anyone. I know that's probably worded. No, it actually probably won't be worded because he wouldn't have done that. He would have seen me start running in a straight line.
Let the bloodshed begin.
Yeah, we can win a team fight super hard as long as I survive and Zach lands a good ult. And Jarvan.
Ready for trouble.
If our Veigar would have gotten in range to do that stun, we would have picked off Hotshot instantly. Oh, there, that was worded. Okay. So when I was running through this ledge, they saw me.
To the point.
Good. Their jungler's down. Now we can force them to fight us at Baron. Hotshot missed pretty much everything.
No going back.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, I need to recall.
Only
An
fools
enemy
hesitate.
has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm too low to even chase.
An ally has been slain.
Right there, I DFG'd after I started casting my ultimate and interrupted my ultimate, which was bad. I forgot that happens. If you DFG while you're ulting, it cancels your ult. Because you're channeling.
Keep friends close. Enemies guessing. No going back.
I took a lot of poke from Zerath there early in the fight. What the?
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Because I can.
At least now I have Hourglass, so I can go in an Hourglass, and if it's, you know, bad situation, maybe I can Hourglass long enough to get a reset. Even though we got Baron there, because 3 of us died, we lost complete control. We need to group. We actually just need to have a good team fight in which we focus on Riven and Jinx.
I've made my choice.
We're kind of walking around aimlessly because they have better pickoff potential. And so if we stay split like we are, they'll catch one of us. I tried to flash to get to the Jinx, but that Wukong flash stunned me. If the Wukong didn't knock me up and flash by doing that, then I would have gotten to the Jinx, killed the Jinx, and kept going. Oh, shoot, he landed that. Veigar did really well with his stuns this game. Okay, we should probably rotate top because Zach's there and he pushed a creep wave there, so that's what we're gonna do, but they're all up. So after he gets that, he needs it back. Tristana, they traded 1 for 1. Okay, that's not bad. So I'm gonna work on Death Cap now. I could get, they don't have a whole lot of magic resist, so me getting Avoid Staff right now would be kind of pointless. Me getting Death Cap, however, is gonna make my AP go through the roof. Pick up a ward. Our Trist is pretty big, and Tristana has one of the best late games of most AD carries because of her ridiculous range and her knockback and her... She's pretty well rounded. I DFG'd over the wall because I thought I would get the guy, but instead of Wing, I tried the W and E at the same time. Wait, is Baron up? Okay, Baron's up in 30 seconds, so we need to go to Baron. But yeah, I W'd, and then like a split second later, Wukong had already, you know, flashed and gotten out of range in my E. So I was unable to jump on Wukong. I don't think we could have killed him though, because I had no way to lock him down. And he's got merch treads and stuff, so it's not gonna take like true damage from me. So they used everything on me just to try and get me out of the team fight, which is fine because I'll come back to the team fight. I'll home guard back. Wow. Okay, they continued fighting after I got poked down. Dang it. I should have waited for the Zac for sure there, but I thought he was a little bit closer because he was home guarding. I thought he was going to home guard and just immediately ult on top of them, but he stopped to channel his slingshot. This is really bad. Xerath and Wukong just immediately went on me at the very start of that fight. So I was super low and I had to recall immediately because they just burned everything on me and my team kept fighting. And then when I was defending this, like I said, Zac could have ran here and immediately ulted, but he stopped to channel his slingshot. I think he should have just kept running and then ulted on top of them because he had home guard.
Only fools exit.
Please. Because they're second in him. Yeah, we didn't group when we needed to. Their jungler is dead right now, so we could do Baron for sure. Like, even though we're down 2 inhibitors, we need to do Baron. Please. Their Riven is even bottom. Oh my god, there's Xeraths right here. Oh my gosh. We can't do it anymore. Tristana dying there meant we couldn't kill Baron. So
Because I can.
we're down 3 inhibs though. So Thresh interrupted my recall. I killed Thresh. Wukong tried to kill me. I got really low, but Jarvan got Wukong off of me. Recalled. Should have immediately just home guarded to the Jinx. Oh my gosh. Seraph. What the? I don't know how you almost reached me there. Trist? Nice. Okay, so we're acing them, but we have no inhibitors because we're just getting outplayed by them individually. Tristana really has 15 kills? Wow. Okay, so like when Xerath 1v1 Tristana, it was super bad because Tristana has 15 of our 33 kills. It's just like majority of our damage. Yeah, we're gonna have to let them have Baron, and then we're just gonna have to deal with it. Because we're down to 3 inhibs, we can't like safely contest Baron, because if we contest Baron, they can just wait, and then our base will die to super creeps. So we can hopefully maybe farm up long enough to reach full items and then do something, but 3 inhibitors down usually spells defeat. We'll see. So we got a pick on Riven. I was tanking creeps. I didn't want to run into that fight with low health. I don't have any magic resist, so this Xerath has been focusing me down, which is really smart of the Xerath, because if the Xerath pokes me out before the fight starts, I can't get in there and reset. So I'm going to have to like hang back and then go in after Xerath either is not in range to do his stuff on me, or after I've already done enough damage to carry the fight. We need wards like in between so Xerath doesn't like sneak on the side and one-shot someone. Right here, a good item for me is either going to be Void Staff or Guardians, and I'm probably going to go Guardians because it'll give me more defensive stats, and if I do get gibbed, it won't be the end of the world because I can come back and maybe home guard back into a fight. I'm going to go Void Staff, I think. I just realized that we might be lacking damage. We're gonna have to give up one inhibitor because Xerath used ult. Oh my gosh. Xerath got his ult again. That sucks. Oh no. Real, we got a DC. Okay, he got back at least. Okay, I have to get a Negatron Cloak right now. Like, I wanted to go Void Staff to try and really carry the fights, but this Xerath's doing way too much damage to me in fights. I didn't even get the chance to Hourglass because Xerath stunned me into a Riven Stun, into a Thresh. Look at that Xerath poke. Xerath is just out poking us. Dang it. I got Xerath at least. I couldn't Hourglass in time because Riven. That's GG. Maybe not. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They just tried to Zerg down the Nexus. So what happened there was Wild Turtle like started hitting the Nexus when his two teammates were backing off. So my three teammates just Zerg Turtle, killed Turtle, and then kept chasing. Big mistake on their part. They could have just all charged their Nexus or all backed off and just taken our inhibitor, and they would have won the game. But a little bit too impatient there by Turtle. This Triss is real huge. This Triss is carrying really hard. Another Zerathul. Zerathul does on such a low cooldown if you've got max CDR.
Never.
Wait, they got Baron? Oh, I just realized that they stole Baron. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's... Oh wait, Tristana's still alive. Trist is still alive, protect a Trist.
Ally has been slain. Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Yeah, maybe I went in a little bit too hard there, I'm not sure. I don't know, they just sat around where my hourglass was. Trist was zoned really far back. They can somehow hold this off. Okay, I have Guardians now. This is good because I've been getting picked off in these team fights. But okay, never mind. That's GG. Oddwin went a little bit too ham. Yeah, right there, Oddwin just needed to stay back and they could defend, and we would have respawned and maybe had another shot at it, but he went really aggressive. Tristana was forced to go in and got gibbed. Not a very well played game by me, or for any standard, that was a pretty bad game overall. Yeah, the game I think we could have won actually, but they stole Baron. The odd one got, Xerath just stole Baron. Like when I had to back out of the pit, like I backed out of the pit, and because Xerath was nuking me, it was just Jarvan and the Baron and Tristana hitting Baron. But the new health bar makes it much harder to land smite. If you're used to the old HP bars, you can smite a little bit too early. So I don't blame them for that. This patch is still pretty new. I thought we had that game won for sure. I just can't win a game today. If I had Guardians for that last fight, I think we would have won it. Just every single time I would go in and kill someone, I would like Hourglass, or I wouldn't even have the time to Hourglass. And like Riven would be there with CC, Thresh would just sit there on my body. It was a bad game to play Katarina, let's put it that way. I have no idea why that Tristana built Hurricane. I think maybe it was because actually the Hurricane was smart because we needed to clear minions. Like half the time when we were in our base, we were actually just auto-attacking super minions. So Tristana getting Hurricane right there, not the most optimal team fighting item, but like it really helped us clear the minions in our base. Very situational though. Yeah, I could play AP Trist, but the problem is I keep getting people that want mid lane. Last time, well, I've got mid last 2 games, but the matchups, like I was blind picking it, and I don't like blind picking AP Trist because if they pick something like Kale, then there's nothing I can do the entire game. Like I'll utterly be useless. AP Kale is the hardest counter to Tristana, AP Tristana in the entire game. Every single time you try to one-shot a target, you'll just get, you know, smacked in the face by them being invulnerable. And trying to kill Kale in lane is almost impossible. Is that a Nautilus top? I have no idea what our first pick's talking about. He's like wanting one of us to dodge, but I don't know why. Yeah, I can Shumpo on the Jarvan's flag. I could have that game, but I just went to Jarvan because it was slightly farther away. Okay, so this is going to be a hard game. We have a Nautilus top lane, and they have Odd One, Turtle, Chunky, Much to Learn. Pretty good team. And we have Nautilus top. Okay, so Nautilus top, interesting because you can become a tanky CC bot if you're just left untouched top. The problem is, most circumstances you'll get out pressured top lane as Nautilus. So it's really going to come down to the ganks that I pull off. Nautilus does have teleport. That icon looks like Yumumu's Ghostblade, but it is teleport. So this will give the option of Nautilus not only maybe playing a passive farm top champion, but teleporting bottom to double kill. And that's going to be especially important against the Draven Annie, who are most likely going to push the lane and look to kill. We do have a Thresh Lucian bottom lane, which is incredibly powerful, but Draven Annie definitely has really high kill potential, especially with the Vi. If Vi hits 6 and goes bottom, that's gonna snowball not in our favor. I think Kayle is really, really good right now. If you look at, what was it? There was some European team that played Kayle, and the dude that played Kayle, whenever Kayle was left open, he would end up hyper carrying the game. Kayle, like late game Kayle is like one of the most scary. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen, because not only can you like 1 to 2 shot targets with your Q and E, but you can make a target invulnerable. So it's like, not only does Kayle scale incredibly well with AP, you know, getting like a Death Cap, Lich Bane, Nashers late game, but you also bring the utility of your ultimate. So I think Kayle is really good right now. I really do think Kayle's really strong, and there are some Kayle only players in Diamond 1 that do very well. And so I think it's mostly just players don't like playing Kayle.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I start W on Kha'Zix's jungle. It allows me to check bushes as well as gives a decent sustain start. Unfortunately, I'm going to use up a lot of mana doing it though. So our bottom lane's gonna get dove. Gotta come top. Dive Gragas.
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
So I just said because Vi wasn't top, we were able to completely zone off their top lane solo. He missed an entire wave of XP, and we're gonna get the tower very low. I'm coming bottom to help Nautilus. This is risky though. I think he might get dove. Yeah, he's coming bottom. Nautilus, no. Annie! Kill Annie! Kill Annie! Oh, so low. Nice, Nautilus. That Nautilus is a freaking man. That CC, that was a really silly dive from them. They should have just tried to take the tower, but instead they tried to actually dive the Nautilus, and they didn't tank it correctly. Like, Vi was like still level 3, and Annie started tanking the tower, almost died. Then it switched while they were still diving. I think it was like a indecision from their team. Half of them, like 1 or 2 didn't want to dive, and one of them started diving, so the other 2 begrudgingly continued with the dive. That must be worded. Crap, they still lost bottom. Oh, my W went behind me on accident. I'm gonna get red, then go bottom. Evolving my E because I really need to get into certain gank paths that'll help me. Like bottom, I don't know where their wards are, so I'm gonna lane gank. Lane ganking with your evolved wings is the best way to go. So Thresh missed his hook, so that play ended up being moot. Because we couldn't make anything happen unless he landed a hook on him. So I'm gonna go to my blue so Odd One doesn't counter jungle me. He still might. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back bottom. Now that I have double buffs, we can make this happen. Wow, Annie went mid and they killed him. Yasuo went top. We got Dragon, but they're gonna get top maybe. That's rough. It was a weird scenario because I took the lantern bottom, so I didn't have to use my jump. I'm gonna come up around here and see what they do. Ah, fuck. Oh, Valkrin, that's a kill. Nice. Nice hook. Ooh, that was close. So we lost all of our outer towers. Oh, cow. Not able to kill him, but I was able to get them off Igar at least. Nautilus is starting to roam. Nice. I was going bottom, but it looks like the action's starting to translate to other lanes. Power of evolving E first. If I can, I always evolve the E first. Only very rarely do I not. Just because it opens up so many gank paths that you normally not be able to do. Looks like this guy took my blue. This guy can live. I'll get here in like 5 seconds.
Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, that guy's too far away. Took my blue. Bunch of action bottom. Darn it. It's just like we keep rotating. Like I'll go bottom, then I go top, and then like when I'm top, they're bottom.
Ally has been slain.
Dang it. I knew they would try to do that. I used my ultimate to try and increase the gap, but Odwin had flash. And by the time I flashed, it was too late. This game is so needlessly hard. I don't know. Like, Vigar got baited into the bushes, and it was just like, if he had waited, then we would have gotten there and probably killed all of them. But... their pickoff potential is insane. They got blue. I mean, they didn't get blue, they got dragon. That's obviously bait. Nautilus is probably dead unless I can somehow get up there. I'm trying so hard to get to you, buddy. I can't get to that guy. He's so fast. I think that just happened. That very same play just happened. Nautilus overextended. Yasuo just like soloed him after chasing him for super. for a long time. You would think we'd have more poke than them. I mean, not poke, but pick off potential. I guess we still have more poke than them, too. I need to get Vygar blue before they invade it. Yasuo's bottom too. We need to start pushing lanes. I'm gonna buy a ward because no one has wards on the map. We recall bottom, then they start playing aggressive. We're just getting outplayed again. You got that? No, Vygar, you should have gone forward. Okay, you got it. Good job. Nanos TPing. That's not gonna do anything. I can't do that. See, I could have gone top, but they would have dove me 1v2. The better decision was just to go mid and take a tower. Because if I went top, I probably would just die, and then they would still get the tower. Oh shoot, why did he go in now? We need to get out. Like, when I started walking towards Gragas, that's when he should have gone in, not after, like, the wave gets cleared. Because then we start tanking the tower. But yeah, I'm gonna get Guardian's third item because if I die, we're... Like, reset potential is the only way we're gonna win a good team fight, I think. Like, we do have not... like, Vygar can one-shot someone. That should be enough for me to get a reset and then just keep on going. But I need to stay alive long enough. Vygar's dead. Okay. 50G. That tower's down. Nautilus should have come right away. Let's just Baron. Oh, don't go there. Just Baron. So we're gonna rush Baron because they ran in our side of the jungle. They might recall. Who knows? Our tank is pushing mid for some reason. got Baron, we got Yasuo. Come on, Lucian. Yes! That Baron! We're back in the game. So that Baron call that I just did was perfect because they exited out from pushing mid on the right side. I knew that they were either going to recall or start pushing bottom. Either way, we would have gotten Baron. I guess they did Dragon. Oh, Nautilus. Please. So right there, I jumped over to check their blue. Their Gargus had blue, so I was fairly certain that it wasn't up. But then as soon as I did that, I saw Wild Turtle bottom. And so I was just like, okay, well, I'm behind you. I have Guardians, and I have 2 items other than that. I knew I could solo him 1v1 because I had Guardians. So I just went and did that. My teammates came to make sure that, you know, I didn't get jumped by one of their other teammates coming to support. And we ended up getting a kill on Turtle. But because I was low, we couldn't persist the push, and Nautilus was just reviving when that happened, so we didn't have the numbers to keep on going. Nautilus, this is familiar. This is pretty familiar. We can turn this around. Okay. Right there, I was walking behind the tower to zone them while my teammates hit the tower because they were afraid I was going to jump in, and I was just poking them. And it was much more effective than just being in lane in front of them because I create an angle in which they're afraid to go past. Like, I was like right here, I was pushing them up here, making it easy for my teammates to hit from this side. If I was just over here with my teammates, they could just still be defending on the same side. And Vigar got a little bit too close on the right side and got killed. We're really starting to stall out now. Nautilus is not grouped with us, but this should be okay. We poked them down and they didn't engage on us, so now they have to recall and we're pressuring 2 lanes. Now we're gonna get bottom and dragon, hopefully. Wow, I got interrupted midair. This is so close. Dang it. Vigar. Whew. Whew, that was close. Yeah, I don't have boots. If I had boots, I probably wouldn't have lost Guardians there. That kind of sucks. Gragas kind of ran me down. Gragas had boots 1, but yeah, if I had boots, I would have survived without wasting Guardians, but I needed, I don't know, yeah, I should have gone boots. Sometimes you can get a little bit too greedy on mobility champions to get, prolong getting boots until much later. Oh, heck yeah, let's do Baron. Draven is bottom, let's free Baron, or it should be at least. Gotta hope I don't miss smite here. Oh my gosh, my Q didn't go off. That sucks. So I tried to time my Q in smite, but then Baron knocked me up, so my Q got canceled. And I smited early, because it's a bad habit to get into for using one of your abilities in conjunction to smite, but there's smiter, and no one was nearby. Yasuo was the only one near, but that was really bad, though. Like, if they stole Baron, that would have been 100% my fault. But sometimes Baron just fucks you over. Yeah, my Q right now probably does more damage than Smite with isolated damage. I don't know what happened. Did one of them DC or are they just trolling? Wow, nice. What? I took a lot of damage there. I need to go lifesteal up on something. So I'm gonna go top and lifesteal. I could recall, but since I've got so much lifesteal, I'm just gonna come up here and lifesteal. I think probably the coolest thing about playing Kha'Zix jungle is you have like the highest Baron stealing potential in the game because your Q plus smite does like 2,000 damage if you're pretty fed. Because if you evolve your Q, it's going to do 8% of the missing health plus 45% increased damage, and that's increased too by the isolated damage. So it ends up just completely destroying Baron. Oh, what the? It's much safer just to get 3 inhibs, not try to end it. 3 inhibs usually means you can end it later. Oh man, this game was interesting. They're pretty tanky, so I went Black Cleaver. That Black Cleaver just works really well with Last Whisper. You can shred down their tanks pretty much. Vi is really tanky. Yasuo is somewhat tanky because he went Guardians. And Gragas is Gragas. So I didn't really necessarily need to go Black Cleaver, but I had just enough for Black Cleaver, so I went for it. And since it's probably going to end in the next push, it's better to have a completed item than just to buy a BF sword and turn it into like Bloodthirster later. Because I mean, we're going to win now. We have 3 of their inhibitors now. Probably won't go till later. I could have typed mine in there too, but I didn't feel like it. So yeah, I almost botched that last Baron because I tried to time my Q with Smite, and theoretically you do more damage by smiting first since you're doing missing damage on Kha'Zix, but it's it's always a better idea to the Q than Smite, because if what just happened happens by you getting CC'd or something like that and your Q doesn't go off, then you're going to smite early and it's going to get stolen. So I didn't get it stolen because they weren't nearby, but it could have happened. It was a fun game though. My client just crashed. Okay, there it goes. No, Elise's Q doesn't do more damage. Kha'Zix's Q does probably the most missing health nuke in the game. It's pretty ridiculous. Especially against isolated targets. Okay, it's like, my Spear of the Yellow Wizard's gonna buff it by 30% already, so my Q, like, not even factoring in isolated damage, is gonna do like 450, 500 about with the items that I had. Plus isolation damage, that's 45%. And then you have to take in the fact that you're going to do 8% of the missing health. And isolated damage works on that too, so it's doing even more. And then the 30% from the Spear of the Yellow Lizard on monsters. So on Baron, your Qs are doing like, I don't even know the math, but I know it's more than Smite. Like when it's within Smite range, it's basically more than Smite, your Q. It's pretty ridiculous. And if you use that in conjunction with Smite, you can out-smite anyone. You just jump into the Baron pit, and then you know, smite Q or Q smite. It's better to Q smite because you'll guarantee that at least, you know, the smite's gonna go off. I think third item Guardians on Kha'Zix is really good because with Spirit of the Yellow Lizard and Ravenous Hydra, you have enough damage to kill squishies by yourself. So getting Guardians makes it so even if you jump into a team fight and they focus you down, you know, the duration that you're dead is a chance for your teammate to turn the tide, your teammates to turn the tide in the team fight. Because if they sit there waiting for you to respawn, that's time that your teammates can be doing anything, and you can come back and get a reset and keep on going.
The fog of war means is war is so complex, it's beyond the ability of the human mind to comprehend all the variables. Our judgment, our understanding.
So it looks like I'm gonna play support this game because that's what the team needs me to do. It's always a good idea to fill when you can. If you're, you know, if you're not the best support, but your teammates might, you know, not be able to support at all, it's better for you to bite the bullet and play support than possibly deal with someone who doesn't want to play support and, you know, they might troll or something like that. And, you know, overall, it's just better to fill in a team. If you're always filling in solo queue, then, you know, kudos to you, because not everyone is willing to fill. Some people just refuse to fill. David Robertson's cop on Curse, yes. I'm friends with David Robertson. So Taric just received some nerfs, but I still think Taric's okay. And the reason why I picked Taric is because, for one, I don't own very many supports. And two, of the supports that I do own, Taric would be one of the better picks against Thresh. Unfortunately, I don't have very... Yeah, I need to make a support rune page. This is the closest rune page I have to support, and I don't remember what I was thinking when I made this page, because it has no armor. You really need armor seals when you have a support page. So I might end up just going, like... I might end up just taking that page, because you can never go wrong with physical damage as a support, because early game, you're going to be beating on each other. I think going 0, 13, 17 is really, really good for a melee support because you get the core components out of the defensive tree that make you pretty tanky early in the game, and you still get the bare bones of utility tree. Basically everything that you need to be a real support. You're not going to get Wander and you're not going to get Intelligence, but for the most part, getting 2 points in resistance and 2 in hard and this one for the armor, you're basically going to be tankier early game, and that's, I don't know, it's really important to be that tanky. And we do have a Kayle this game. I remember someone in chat was asking about why they don't see more Kales. Kayle is played a lot in high elo, just not like as much as Ziggs, Syndra, Kha'Zix, stuff like that. So I took Ignite because they don't really have any targets I can get close to and exhaust. So I went ahead and opted to take Ignite for the kill potential in lane. And Sivir Taric is pretty solid because you have different steroids. Like Sivir can give your team movement speed, attack speed. If Taric uses his ultimate, he gives, you know, ability power, AD damage. So you got some decent steroids going on, and we'll see how this goes. Taric's also pretty nice because you can just throw out your stun and Sivir can use her Q, her boomerang blade, or her boomerang, and it usually will do full damage to the target. And if they're not in the creep wave, it's especially nice. Looks like that's a Nidalee top with barrier against Renekton. Fairly certain that's in favor of Renekton. Just because, I don't know, Bruiser Nidalee has fallen out of favor. If you play Bruiser Nidalee correctly, it can beat Renekton. But at the same time, it's, you know, it's still risky because Renekton has such a strong early game. All Nidalee has early game is the ability to poke, especially Bruiser Nidalee. If you don't, you know, if Renekton all-ends you at like level 2, you don't have anything to stop it. That's probably why this Nidalee has barrier. They have a jungle Lee Sin. Here's my opinion on Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin is great if you play him correctly. The problem is, and the main problem that exists for most skilled champions, is that people will play them that don't play them to the fullest extent. So, you know, if you're missing Qs on Lee Sin and stuff like that, it's much better to play a champion like Vi, who is, you know, it doesn't require as much skill to perform the champion at the max level. You know, if you just hit R as Vi and your ultimate goes off, you don't have to like time a perfect knockback. Like to play Lee extremely well, you have to like be able to insect people and stuff like that, and not everyone can do that. You can still win with Lee Sin, he's still a strong champion, but you know, if you feel like you're not being that effective on Lee Sin, just find another jungler. I think it's a smarter idea to invade purple side from below if you're going in on Golem, just because most people just sit in this bush, and if they don't watch this side, then you can very easily just run over here and get in position and sneak up behind them. This is pretty risky. We decided to wait the full duration to the buff. Let's try and catch them. They're at our blue. Okay. They might have seen us, or they might have just invaded themselves. So they burn cleanse for that. I'm not sure if that's worth it, cleanse for flash, but... So did they take our blue and our red? For some reason I thought they just took our... Sivir needs to be getting a little bit closer. I'm taking unnecessarily harass because Sivir's like full HP. She needs to be abusing her HP pool. Sivir. She's full mana too. She could be pushing. She didn't even Q that. I think she should have Q'd Thresh. I got hooked there. I was expecting them to hook Sivir, but oh well, I need to keep healing. Sivir very, very high mana right now. She should be harassing a little bit more than she is. Getting murdered bottom now. Airkill got first blood, nice. What? My word in the bush didn't see that, dude. I thought they fixed that. They're supposed to make it so... Even if I got my stun off in that gank, the Thresh would have flashed away. We didn't have enough damage to kill it. She should have let me... Okay. That's frustrating. Okay, this is what happened there that was kind of frustrating. Sivir has Spell Shield, and we were both standing on top of each other. Sivir should have just Spell Shielded the Thresh Hook, and I thought that's what she was actually going to do. Because our positioning was like, we were kind of like, I was trying to make it so she could safely last center the tower. And Lee Sin was still in the area. And if Sivir had just spell shielded the Thresh Hook instead of moving out of the way and it, you know, hitting me, then that wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, solo queue is very disorganized. Like, also, when your support has a Targon's Brace or a Relic Shield, let them hit the Siege minion, please. Like, it's going to share the gold between both of you, and it's going to be better for the team. Okay, that's a mid-Nidalee and top Gragas. I just realized that. Thresh has a pink, so he could theoretically just go pink the ward I have on a dragon, but I went all the way around just in case they were bush camping over here, or at least in a still bottom. Both AD carries have a BF sword. That's pretty good, even though Sivir's behind in CS. Oh, he pink dragon. Wow, that hit me. So we got lessons. This tower's gone. Probably dead here. Alright, they got a double kill top. Nidalee's bot. That's fine. We lost the tower, but we got away. We didn't die. Really, Nidalee? They'll take mid. Okay, they might do dragon now, but maybe we'll get a few towers out of it or something. So here I want to buy Chain Vest because I want to get an early Glacial Shroud. Yeah, they definitely did dragon.
Functional and stylish.
If you have Targon's Brace, it's better to go for the melee minions as well as the siege minion whenever you can. Wasting it on casters, you should only do it unless, you know, you have to. It's probably not going to be up by the time the siege minion... It might be. Okay, I can use another siege minion. It's going to be close. Damn. Let's push bot. So we saw Thresh mid on a ward. Push out bot. Lee is mid too. Russia's still mid. Wow, good Gragasol. Tanked way too many tower hits and he flashed for it, but... Ooh. And there's Varus. Ooh, Nidalee. That barrier. Yeah, we lost that fight pretty hard. Kale and Vi went in before Sivir and I got there, so you're kind of on the back foot that entire fight. Nidalee flash. I might be dead too. Yeah. I went in to try and block this spear for him. Didn't get there in time. Yeah, this game getting wrecked pretty hard. Not a big fan of the Taric nerfs. Decided to try it this game, but yeah, Taric is just not in a good place right now. The nerfs they did to Taric, he was super, super strong, but man, those nerfs, you can feel it. I'm not sure if Sivir can do this. What's going on here? I was afraid that would hit the Kale, but it's fine. Super risky for Kale to be right there. Wamba party. Dodge it, Renekton. Nice. Not nice. Varus is bottom. Oh wow, real. Okay, I flashed as he ulted me. Nice, Kale. That Kale does a lot of damage. Yeah, Lich Bane first item. need magic resist actually. They're mostly magic damage, I guess. I thought it was gonna be Bruiser Nidalee, but it ends up being AP Nidalee and then Gragas top. So their poke is insane. I don't know if I'll even upgrade Glacial Shroud. Okay, we're gonna give up Dragon, it looks like.
With clarity.
Might be able to do like a sneaky Baron or something. We'll see.
Sapphire for divinity.
Dragon is without a doubt down though right now. Because they came and warded our wraiths.
Emerald for insight. Opal for harmony.
Back in. Stunnerino. I'm dead. Oh well. Sivir. The attack speed debuff. Gragas' Q has an attack speed debuff. You might as well suicide the tower. Just suicide. Don't let the virus Q hit you. Okay. The reason why that was a smart thing for Sivir to do is because if she were to just die right there, then she'd only be giving gold to Gragas. But if she let Varus kill her, then she'd be giving gold to Varus and then assist gold to Gragas. Maybe even Nidalee. So it was much better for her to just do suicide right there. And only give one person gold. Dragon is down. They're going to get top tower since we're out of position. Not a whole lot we can do. We can win a 5-on-5 fight. The problem is we just kind of don't ever have one. And they cleared my ward on Baron.
Ruby for vigor. Emerald for insight.
Sivir's just AFK farming, so I'm just following Kayle right now. It's to protect Kayle and to protect myself. Sivir's just, she doesn't need my help right now. Probably need to recall or something. Like, we need to set up a gank, but our only catch potential is with Vi.
With clarity.
They could be doing Baron, or they're baiting it. Okay. That wasn't that bad. They used Gragas ult there. We just need to heal up. If we heal up here, we'll be okay. We need to go in though.
Ruby for vigor.
I am snared. We do not have enough damage.
Opal for harmony.
That's inhibitor for sure. Kale's damage ramps up really, really high later in the game. But right now, it's pretty decent. But like when you have like a Renekton top, you really need a lot of damage early in the game. Because Renekton didn't win lane. And, well, went even in lane at least. And went full tank. And they have 2 AP carries. They had an AP carry top lane. So they're going to have a stronger mid game than us because they have 2 AP carries. Okay. My heal didn't even go off on him because he died before it went off. Alright. Well, Vi also went full damage.
Opal for harmony.
I guess that helps to an extent. I can't put my pink down right now because they'll just come by and clear it since we don't have control. You have to put pink wards where you have control. Probably be better off putting a pink ward here. Look at this. Oh, Gale.
Sapphire for divinity.
Fight's about to break out. Oh my gosh! That poke.
Ruby for vigor.
Kale just died. Straight up dead. Team. We're doing Baron team.
Opal for harmony.
If we don't get Baron, if we don't steal Baron here, then game's over. Vi's not interested in even trying to steal it, so we gotta back off. I got it now, okay. I don't know, I think Vi should have tried to at least sneak around behind it. I mean, we're gonna lose for sure now that they have Baron, because they were winning fights before, and now with Baron it's looking pretty hopeless. If you're a jungler, you might as well go for it. You know, if you're this far behind, we are down an inhibitor, go for the steal. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is you don't get the steal and you still lose. The best thing that can happen is you get the steal and you have a chance of winning the game. But now we have a single-digit chance of winning this game, like 2% chance.
For insight.
Even though it's only 11 to 18, they just have a much better team comp at this point. We're not going to scale very well unless we somehow AFK farm for like a long time. Not even able to do anything. We just get outpoked. Their team comp's pretty great. They've got the Thresh Hook and the Nidalee Javelin and the Gragas Poke.
With clarity.
It's GG. Yeah, unfortunately I filled that game. No one wanted to play support. I was third pick. I could have played jungle or top, but my teammates wanted to take different roles, so I filled that game. Sometimes, you know, filling can work. You win games. Sometimes you fill, you lose. Oops, hit play again. Well, guys, thanks for watching. I'm gonna head out now. Don't forget to follow me on my social medias, Twitter/Valkrin, Facebook/Valkrin. Follow me on my Twitch if you can. And trying to think of something else. That's it for today. I'll let you guys know when I'm streaming next. And thank